Hello, Odin. Odin man. What's up? Do I like it? Yeah, I think the game's alright. It's weird, but I'm enjoying it still. I kind of want to try to run baby steps, but like, the movement tech that you have to do in that game to actually go fast is like, I don't know, it's fucked. It's fucked, man. Hey, Phantom Moon, thank you for the 24 months. Do I like Silent Hill 2 Remake more? Not really. I don't really like Silent Hill 2 Remake that much. Okay job, but I'm still mad about the fucking... the great knife. Baby steps is actually like the speedrun tech is yeah, if you want to do the speedrun tech, you have to be doing like fucking 7 inputs like per second. Oh wait, let me start the YouTube stream. I thought I started it. There we go. Is that her friends? Well, friends in quotations, I guess. He seems kind of drunk. Is the YouTube stream on, just to confirm? Oh my god, it's it's Ornstein and Smo! Is the YouTube stream on? Okay, nobody said anything. I think maybe something's wrong. Hold on. It should be on. I don't know why it's not, but oh no, it's unlisted. Dude, what the fuck? I made it public, I swear. Okay. I'm. Oh, so is the game too loud? Oh yeah, I think so. Hold on. All right. Oh! Dude, dodge! Yeah, sorry, my bad. Damn, dude. Come here. Boom! Oh, he's reeing. Block. Dead? Dead. Nice. Yeah, this guy's kind of scaring me a little bit. Oh. Hit him! Dude, the range is so bad! Come on, man! Any fuck! And what the fuck? I'm just gonna use the knife. Oh god. What is this thing? That did not hit me. That did not hit me. Oh my god, this enemy is fucking ass, bro. What the? Up. Oh, that's a counter window. Oh, I don't want to use the axe, man. So that is definitely a decent punish window. Alright, hold on. Let's try to wait for the 4-hit combo. Okay, that's the 4-hit, I think. Never mind. Nice. Oh, goodbye then. You need to kill the big guy only? Oh, yeah? Oh, I didn't know that. The fuck? Oh, back to Wolf Girl. I wonder if one of the New Game Plus endings will be like not like I imagine the main ending is gonna be, you know, whatever the fuck's going on with this Fox guy, but maybe in New Game Plus you can like break free. Hey VI Knight. Is the game sound okay, by the way, Chad? I feel like maybe I made it a little too quiet.
神聖な力が宿っている。もう出てます。ありがとうございます。そうか、気をつけて。そうだ。君にこれを。
Yeah, I'll probably go for the other endings.
もう君が私のものであることの証だ。行こう。君のために用意したものがもう一つある。
はい。
I mean, the game's been hinting that we shouldn't trust this guy. Like, the whole time. There might be an offering item here. Oh, never mind, I can't go up the stairs. Just tuned in. How's the game? I'm enjoying it. There's another shrine? Huh? Huh? Prove your intent with the crests 3. Show what lies deep within your heart. Let the line of foxes guide you. Offer the crests and lay bare your soul. Oh. 3 more crests again. The blackbird wishes to take the white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph, notices not the 2 birds in conflict. First aid kit. Mr. Hidetoshi and his wife have passed away one after the other. At the time of death, the skin all over their bodies was covered in sores and had begun sloughing off. The smell was indescribably awful. I could not bear to take a closer look. The head of the house did not give permission to perform autopsies on the bodies. There will be no funeral, and they will be sent to be cremated immediately. The eldest son has passed away. Again, there will be no funeral and the body will be cremated. The eldest and second-born daughters are also experiencing symptoms that are worsening by the hour. I believe they will be in critical condition by tomorrow at the latest. I feel like the family physician is, like, poisoning them or something. Unknown area. Great. Ornate scroll. Purify once and for all. Leave the filth of your world behind. This area is going to be a mind fuck, and there's not even a map, dude. Ooh, doggy. Slightly restores max sanity after defeating enemies. Do I miss the Naginata? Kind of. The beast arm is... it's okay. It's not bad. The Naginata was definitely better, though. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would I rate this game? I don't know, man. You'll have to wait until I'm done with the game. Wait, where's the other enemy? I guess it died. Am I done with Silksong? Not necessarily. I'm potentially interested in going back to Silksong and doing some more stuff. I will say, like, 100%, you know, whenever DLC, like, if there's ever DLCs that come out for Silksong, like, we're gonna go back and do like a full 100% playthrough again. But, maybe I'll go back and try to do some more Silksong speedruns. I don't know. Black Sparrow Crest. How many hours in is this? Like 11 or 12, I think? Shortly after I became their maid, there was talk of an arranged marriage for the young heir to a noblewoman. This led to the heir unceremoniously ending all his scandalous relationships with women, including one with a young housemaid named Sachi. Sachi came from a family of poor farmers, but her beauty shone brighter than the sun, something that had caught the young heir's eye. By the time his marriage was being arranged, she had already a life growing inside her, and the two had made vows to run away and start a new life together. And yet, the young heir cruelly and wantonly cast her aside. Likely, he simply did not want his prospective marriage to be ruined. So the Tsunekis kicked Sachi out and drove her to some far-off place where they could forget her existence despite the piece of the family she carried with her. People say that she was fighting back tears so hard that blood began to trickle from her eyes. Am I done with baby steps? Probably not. I'll be honest, sorry, I don't mean to be like, I get really tired of people asking me if I'm done with something. It's just like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. What is it that I'm missing here? Oh. Forgot about this ability. Wait a sec, is there any other symbol walls? I don't think so. I don't really plan my schedule out that far in advance. So a lot of the time it's like, yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna play next necessarily. Kind of just, honestly, I just take it day by day most of the time. There's 5? Oh, oh, there's so many slots. We're gonna have to figure out where where it's. No, yeah, I'm not saying I'm triggered. Like, you guys don't mean anything bad by it. I get that question so often, that's all. Like, maybe I'll run baby steps, maybe I won't. I don't know. This is where I came in. Maybe it doesn't matter, though. The Tsunekis are the most notable family in this area and are known for their wealth. For generations, each head of the family has possessed a talent for business, an acumen they have utilized during times of social unrest to amass a large fortune. However, given that a great many suffered while they grew rich, their actions have been often drawn envious eyes. When I first entered into service for the Tsunekis, my grandmother shared some of the many rumors that swirl around the family. Each time the world falls to pieces, the Tsuneki's treasury only grows larger. The Tsunekis are happily waiting for misfortune to strike so they can line their pockets. Oh, you know what? I'm curious. Is Leppa still on the Manbreaker? Or did he give up? He was still on the Manbreaker and then he ended his stream. Dude, I haven't seen any streamer that's actually done the Manbreaker yet. Most important thing is to have fun with the channel. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why I just play what I want to play. And that's why I don't like telling people, you know, exactly what I'm gonna do necessarily, because sometimes I change my mind, and I don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'm doing this, and then I do something different, and then people are complaining. How many bodies? This is fucking confusing. Are you having fun with the combat? Yeah, I think it's alright. Good morning, my handsome boy. Your real last name is Tsuneki. It is told that those of the Tsuneki lineage are destined to bring good fortune when the world is in disorder. In fact, that is how your father earned succession to the Tsuneki lineage. And you, who have inherited your father's noble blood, are sure to be next in line. To make your name, I took one character from your father's name and one character from mine. That way, when anyone from the Tsuneki family hears your name, they will immediately know you are our child. One character from your father's name and one from mine. Udzu tea. What the fuck is this place, man? Chilling. Filled with a talisman. Why can I not? Why can I not get rid of those? Is it a different talisman? Antique comb. Eat a chocolate. Something else I'm missing? Oh. Do I just go back? I don't know. I feel like I didn't... Oh, now? Wait. I don't understand. Why? I guess because I killed the enemy? I don't know what the difference was. Like, what actually made that work. Part is so fucking weird, man. Do I have an Ema? Nope. Let's draw a random one, fuck it. Increases max sanity. You play this or Chronos first? I don't know, man. Whatever you want. A living sacrifice shall be offered every 8 years, for nothing else can quell the wrath which dwells in the waters deep. She shall be a maiden, fair and pure of heart, and the blood which flows through her veins shall be that which has been blessed by the stars and is beloved by fate. Let it be known that only the most suitable sacrifice shall quench the being's vicious thirst. The duty of finding such a sacrifice shall fall upon the head of this house. Oh, Oh, nice. Well, only I had enough points. There used to be nothing I hated more in the world than being forced to live as a proper girl, but when I think of you, I start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, there was a reason I was born a girl. I hope these feelings will reach you like dandelion seeds carried in the wind. This is my first playthrough. Yeah, I want to try Hades too. Has anybody here in chat been playing it? What do you guys think? Have I already been here? I thought there was a third enemy. Oh, I think because I killed them. I think if you kill enemies with a focused attack, they don't reanimate. Basically Hades 1 with some differences. Well, I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I really enjoyed Hades 1, but fair, I suppose. Dude, this is so toxic. It's kind of spooky. Is there anything even here? No? Doesn't really seem like it. What's with the big ass claw arm? There's a fox guy who got us to cut off our arm and get branded and cut off our face. You know, just usual. The usual. Okay, we're just going in circles, man. You have to kill the enemies. That was satisfying getting the triple hit stun like that, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I'm... I feel like I'm not... I don't know if I'm doing this right or not. I'm just checking all the doors. Well, this is new. Oh god, not big titty bitch. There was another enemy. Alright, can I open this?
Junko-san.
お取り込み中ごめんなさい。ひなことほんの少しだけ話がしたいのだけれど、よろしいかしら。
では。
お姉ちゃん殺せた？しっかりと。うん。しっかりね。しっかりって。今日だけはお姉ちゃんとあなたの二人だけの秘密にしてあげる。でも今日を超えてまだ生き残っていることがあるのなら、お姉ちゃんが彼のためにもあなたを殺すからね。
もう少し外していた方がいいかな。
いいえ。お時間をありがとうございます。それではこれにて。
姉妹で語り合えたかね。
はい。
それでは行こうか。
Yeah, great discussion. What did you miss? Quite a lot. I'm gonna go use the restroom, chat. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Alright. Go what lies deep within your heart, let the line of foxes guide you, offer the crests, and lay bare your soul. The blackbird wishes to take the white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph, he notices not the two birds. What do they mean by in conflict, I wonder? And what does this even mean? The blackbird wishes to take the white bird. But how? What is that? Man. Okay, wait, the fox might be here. Might be the guy in the front. I really... And I feel like these two could potentially be in conflict. I don't know. So like, presumably this is the leader, or maybe the leader is the one in the carriage. Probably the one in the carriage. This one also has a fan, which nobody else has a fan. Actually, wait. No, yeah, nobody else has a fan. I feel like it's these two guys, but I don't know. I'm not sure about the fox. I feel like the leader would be the one in the carriage, right? The fox. Well, he's the leader in the sense that he has his followers. He brings along his followers. I mean, the guy in the carriage should be the guy with the followers, so the fox probably has to go there. Maybe let's just swap these two. Well, yeah, there's also the guy that's meditating, but I don't see the two birds are in conflict. The blackbird wishes to take the white bird. White bird wishes. Isn't the leader the one in the front? Well, that's what I was thinking, but it could also, I mean, look at the guy in the carriage. He's got like robes on. Well, I mean, they all have robes on, I guess, but he's like fancy. But I mean, yeah, well, I mean, but the thing is, like my idea, I mean, I was thinking it's either the fan or the other spot, but I've tried. Okay, assuming the fan is correct. Oh. All right. In Asian countries, it's the fan that represents the leading. Yeah, that's something I don't really know. I guess I just assumed the person in the carriage would be the one of like highest stature. I don't know.
Sa, kimi mo.
That was his wife? Yeah, I guess that would make sense. The leader's wife is in the carriage.
では、始めようか。
はい。
that a fucking vine boom?
これで最後だ。よくここまでついてきてくれた。
一緒だからここまで来られました。
もうわずかの辛抱だ。
はい、最後まで。
How many skips have I found? I don't know if there's gonna be skips in this game. Never know though. There were actually some skips in Silent Hill 2 Remake, but...
全部お前たちのせいだ。
I need a weapon, man. Oh, there's a crowbar here. That. Probably just replace the sledgehammer. The kitchen knife is actually the best, like, easily. Well, we have a map now. Is this still my first playthrough? Yeah. Ooh. New kitchen knife. Don't mind if I do. Kitchen knives are fucking crazy. I think they're actually the best weapon in this game. I thought that like the sledgehammer or the other stuff would be better, but I mean... That was kind of scary. Got an autosave. Oh god. Big titty lady. I'm just gonna run. Wait a sec, I'm going backwards. Oh, I might have to kill. I think I do. God. Alright, we gotta bust out the kitchen knife here. Still getting hit by this. Oh, come on. Holy lag. What? Come on, man. Do I have a sushi? I think that's the first sushi I've eaten. They're good though. Anything over this way? Oh yeah, I think I can upgrade, you're right. Well, I don't know if I have enough. I do have a carcass. I can. More sanity, I guess. Why not? Gosh. What's the fucking lag spot? Okay. How are you not dead yet? What the fuck, dude? Somehow they missed. Somehow I avoided that. Crazy. And I get grabbed. That's crazy. I don't have faith though. I don't know what I'm doing. You know, I wonder if these enemies are still going to be here when I reload, now that we made a save. Is there supposed to be like a follow-up when I hit with that? I don't really get it. Hello, Matrick. Curious if I missed anything here. Okay, maybe I don't want to go this way. So many weapons in this part. It's crazy.
お前たちの全てをぶっ壊してやる。
I love the kitchen knife.
こうはならない。絶対。
Any loot over here? Ooh, another tea. These teas are really nice. Oh, and a sushi? Increases weapon durability consumption from performing light attacks. Oh, that's insane for the dagger. And the kitchen knife. Compiled the test results for Igarashi Sakuko below. No abnormalities found. Mild autism. It's not unusual for pubescent children to claim they can see and hear things that are not real. As they mature, these issues tend to resolve themselves on their own, so I believe there's no need for concern. Regarding her fear of the dark, her response is proper and natural. Continuing to scold her may only worsen her condition. Please do not trouble yourself over Sakuko. Simply raise her with love and affection. Let her mature at your own pace. Another toolkit. Oh my god, this move is so fucking nice. That's fine. I don't want the axe. I really don't like the axe very much. Kind of curious about the health when you counter. Dude, the kudzu tea is so good. Like a frickin' Elizabeth mushroom. Ooh, a toolkit for my knife. Let's go, dude. We have 2 toolkits, I think. Shouldn't expect a happy ending. Yeah, no. You don't say. Oh yeah, that's me. In my dream.
よくもお父さんをお母さんをお前を許さない絶対に離せ
こんなことだろうと思いました。
お姉ちゃん助けて
これがどれだけ失礼なことか、あなたにも十分分かっているはず。殺しなさい。殺しなさい。さあ。
どうしてお姉ちゃん
それがあなたのためです。死になさい。
Hmm. Well, time for our entire face to get cut off, I guess, and to become that fucking monster.
あらあら、本当に綺麗な。かように貧弱な嫁ごとは。
どうか心安らかな日々を。
Ruh-roh. I guess we just turned into this thing.
それではお別れを。あなたが幸せをつかんでくれることを願っています。
Oh. I'm so confused.
街が綺麗。
Hi, Wins. Thank you for the 102 months.
私の邪魔しないで。
I don't know which way I should go. I think maybe there's just some loot over here. That's me. Oh, I could have just... That's... Oops. Another first aid kit. Thing. We have 3 first aid kits. A bit excessive. We also have toolkits, which we can't even use anymore, but... Hello. You won't be able to see your mother or father anymore. I'm gonna fight more enemies. Oh, we have to. I wonder if this counts as like a full heal. And this game has you go like back and forth through areas so much though. Like it's kind of insane how much they reuse. They reuse certain levels or like parts of the level. I don't know what's going on. What is this man doing? I knew there was a counter window in there somewhere, but holy shit. I didn't think he was gonna do like a 7-hit combo. We can get another upgrade now, I think. Sell one of my chocolates. Guess we'll get stamina. I don't know. I kind of wanted to get health, but that's okay. I like the fights. I just like to loot without enemies being on my ass. Yeah, we are literally just like, we ran through this area and now they're just making me like run back through it again. Like, go all the way to the end and then come back. And fight a million enemies along the way. Maybe I should just run. Oh no, I can't run. I'm just gonna use my ult. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck is this? This has got to be the final section. Oh. killed him with the move, so I can't siphon him. Are we done? Wait, do I need to siphon that? Holy moly.
我が家
That was, quite the gauntlet. Feels like I'm playing frickin' Silk Song. These enemy gauntlets.
ここはもうお前の家ではない。一人で帰ってきても敷居をまたげると思うな。
Who's even screaming? Is that me? Proceed. Alright, chat. I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back. All right. Place is cool. Oh, we actually have our weapons now, too. This build that we have, these charms with the kitchen knife, is so good.
くねった道。まるで私の心みたい。
I mean, this game is like a mindfuck, chat. I think everything will be answered in some capacity towards the end, but I think you're not really meant to understand exactly what's going on. The last hand mirror. When taking fatal damage from normal attacks, this mirror will break instead. Health, sanity, and stamina will be fully restored. Oh, shit.
すべてを壊すの。
We already have 2 crowbars. I want the kitchen knife. Like, fucking 3 hits with the knife and they're dead. Crazy. Ooh, and a toolkit. Wow, they gave me so many tools here. What the heck? So many items. It's my charm. I have... greatly decreases weapon durability consumption from light attacks. Deal additional damage when using weapons with high durability. And then health restore on counter. I guess we could put the mirror on instead. We have almost a full kitchen knife and 2 toolkits, so we're in good shape. This kit, like the kitchen knife, is so good.
気が済むまで血の海に沈めてやる。邪魔するな。どけ。
So fast. The slaughter. And go back out. Not sure I even need to do this, but grab them and sell them. Alright. This is the worst Silent Hill ever.
清水ひな子
Yeah, this game is going to be pretty divisive, I think. I think it's alright. We have too much loot. Oh. Double kitchen knife. There's an axe here. Alright, well, we're super... We're friggin' loaded. I think the combat's kind of meant to be jank because you're just a schoolgirl. I don't know.
まさかまだ生き残っていようとは。
It's not supposed to be fun. That's not what I said. It's just like,
所詮は
like, what do you want this to be, Neo? You want her to be like,
私の気持ちなんて
you want like a fucking skill tree?
落ち着いて。あなたがどうしてここにいるかわかる？
Like at that point, then people are gonna be like, this is definitely not Silent Hill.
ここはどこ？怖いや。辛い。気持ち悪い。帰りたい。
それは何の？あなたいつから飲んでるの？そんなに飲んで大丈夫なの？
全然大丈夫だよ。これを飲むと落ち着くから。
もうやめなさい。それを飲むのをやめて。
私にかなわないで。
What's that puzzle from the beginning? shit.
お前は私の全てを奪った。ザクコもリンコもシュウも奪い、お父さんもお母さんも。私を返せ。奪った全てを返せ。
Infinite stamina. What is happening? Oh, that killed me. Wow. Dude, what the fuck is that? I don't do any damage to her when she's doing that, and it just like kills me. Wait, what? Is it scripted? I guess you can't die. Why do I have a pipe? Oh my god, dude. Oh, I'm actually dead now? Dude, what is going on? I got greedy. You just dodge away.
今度は私が全てを奪う。
Like, I don't get it. Dude, I can't.
絶対に認めない。花子を渡したり
That
な
would heal it? Yeah, but when it goes off, it instantly kills me. Dude, fuck this attack. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Pills. Ooh, pills. I only have 104. I need more. We should probably go. Ooh, candy. Follow the pills. Whoa! Anything in here? So many pills, holy. What? Are you fucking kidding me? There's other endings in the game, chat, but damn, that ending is ass, bro. I don't know how I feel about. I feel like the game. I feel like it's not even an ending. The game is basically being like, you have to play New Game Plus. I mean, at least the other Silent Hill games, I feel like when you get the base game ending, it's still at least somewhat satisfying. Or maybe not satisfying isn't the right word, but... Yeah, spicy. There's so much forced combat at the end of the game. When are you starting baby steps, Spicy?
米川により県警本部県道8号線にて当該事案の被疑者と思わしき女性に襲われた男性2名のうち1名は現在心肺停止の状態。
羽倉町1より県警本部一部被害者に使用された包丁ですが敷地内からは発見できず被疑者は現在もこれを所持している可能性が高いと思われます。どうぞ。
県警本部から各局女性被疑者は20代です。花嫁装束身長は 160cm 少々常吉神宮より逃走中凶器を所持している可能性が極めて高い各局はくれぐれも慎重に対応されたし
Is the new RE4 rando like any different? Or you just felt like doing more RE4?
犯行時に断続的に服用していたとのことです。
県警本部より神楽町1
Yeah, I guess if you want to get better endings, you need to make sure not to take the pills.
神楽町1から県警本部。被疑者が服用する際に口からこぼしたカプセル薬を敷地内から
A few people doing the toxic profile. Gotcha. I feel like the harder profiles in RE4 Rando are just like all about getting a good gun. Like if you don't get a good enough gun, you just run out of ammo and you're just fucked. I want to go for the other endings, but man, this is like, it's a pretty fucking long game. tells you when there's a new cutscene. Okay. So you keep your Omamori, certain key items, non-puzzle documents, stat upgrades, and faith. Interesting. We'll also be able to play on the hard difficulty setting Lost in the Fog. That's not what I was on. I guess that's an action difficulty. Oh yeah. An even harder difficulty, oh boy. There's more save slots? Yeah, I know. I don't know, I think the game's alright. That ending was I do wish that the first ending was still at least a little bit. They just didn't explain anything. It was so inconclusive, yeah. Felt like a fucking anime episode where it's just like a cliffhanger. What it's supposed to be. Yeah, I know. But yeah, it's just like do a whole nother playthrough just to actually get some kind of decent ending. There'll be a lot of shortcuts now. Yeah, it says that you keep some of the key items, so I don't know if I want to play on the hard difficulty though, quite honestly. Maybe we just do a story playthrough. Is there no other outfits? Is it just these three? Lame. I mean, it's not like the game was that... I don't know. Not like the game was that difficult in the first place.
仕事じゃないよ。ひな子はお嫁さんになりたくないの？でもお父さんに言われるとなりたくなくなる。宿題と同じだね。やれって言われるとやる気なく。
Can you check? Oh.
なくす。お待たせ。
お姉ちゃん。
何かいいことでもあった？
昔を思い出してた。お姉ちゃんって小さい頃からずっとお姉ちゃんだったんだなって
ひなこ、私ね。これお姉ちゃんにあげる。綺麗だわ。ありがとう。
Oh yeah, I was gonna try the English dub. What do you guys think? Have you seen any streamers playing with the English dub? I imagine some are. Yeah, I forgot. Are you seriously gonna replay for a different ending? I mean, what else? What? I don't know. I want to see what the other endings are. I could also just YouTube them, but I mean, what else do you want me to do? Yeah, I mean, we could try Hades too.
とにかく今後のことは親の方で話を進める。
お父さん、ひな子の気持ちだって。
こんな話二度とないんだぞ。ひな子にとってこれ以上の幸せがあるか？あるわけがない。どこ行く？話はまだ終わってないぞ、ひな子。
それにしてもあのひな子がね。
あいつは本当に高校娘だ。何しろおかげで借金は全て返せる。二度と金に困らずに済むぞ。
お父さん、やめてくださいよ。ひな子に聞こえますよ。
あってたまるか、そんなこと。
Yeah, this is New Game Plus. Read the ending conditions in the main menu. Sure. Didn't take the red capsules. Purified the sacred sword or didn't obtain it. Obtain the Agura no Hotai Sama. Didn't take the capsules. Obtain the unpurified sacred sword. Complete 2 different full endings. Listen. Oh, there's a UFO ending. Listen to all the UFO radio broadcasts, found all 3 of the Great Space Invasion movie posters in order after listening to the UFO radio broadcast. Okay, well, no pills. It's mainly just don't take the red pills, and it has to do with the sword. I don't remember what the Agura is. Well, maybe like NG Plus might be a fair bit faster.
そんなこと
So I can't. Okay, let's just go down the mountain. Playing 5 times is insane. Well, okay, so like the thing is, you say that, but that's kind of how all the Silent Hill games work. But to be fair, the other Silent Hill games are pretty fast to go through. But this game, like, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that you can explore. If you just rush the objective, I imagine you can still get through it pretty quickly.
神様私はどうしたら
Well, I mean, it was a long playthrough casually, but I don't.
千鶴屋なら誰か来てるかな
I'm sorry. I'm tired of. I'm a little tired of the negativity right now.
すいません運転手さんいませんか
You missed the thing for the ending. What did I miss? House up the hill is now open. That's
他の道を探そう
okay. You know, I was gonna go check, but then I was like, oh no, there's probably nothing there. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna explore because I don't think there's gonna be anything there. I mean, stuff does change in New Game Plus normally, so I guess I should explore. But it seems fairly straightforward how to get the endings. Going too far back? Dude, I'm just let me I'll fucking find it. This is where I came out. Well, yeah, I definitely don't want to play through the entire game and get the same ending. That's for sure. Maybe this house. Well, if you make a save, like if you have save files, chat, it shouldn't really matter. Can I go here? I don't know what fucking house y'all are talking about, but I can't find it. Oh wait, maybe here. Oh, I think I see it. Photo attached to a research journal. It appears to be a clue collected by a researcher investigating the folklore. Okay. Something there, I guess? Oh, the sacred sword. It is said that the sword's animosity continued to grow even as it remained buried under the earth, so the people erected a sacred barrier around it using Jizo statues as anchors. If one wished to find the sword, they should start by looking for these Jizo statues first. It appears that the barrier works by creating a spiritual harmony that inhibits the sword's animosity. Harmony, yin and yang, the 5 elements of Wuxing. During this period, it was thought that everything was composed of 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Therefore, 5 was a number associated with harmony. In other words, there should be 5 Jizo statues. Are 5 such statues located in this town? I expect tracking them down will prove a tremendous task.
少し探してみるか。
Balcony key. Need a key. How many locked boxes? I'm going to be a treasure hunter. I'll make sure of it. And then I'm going to become a millionaire by finding treasure all around the world. Not just hunting treasure. A real treasure hunter sometimes takes down big scary beasts and bad guys. And don't forget that they have to learn how to escape dangerous traps too. I was play fighting with the girl who lives next door when Mom got mad at me. She said, "What if you leave a scar on her face? Then nobody will marry her." What's that all about? I think that girl would be a really good treasure hunter, though. She always finds the hidden treasure when we play treasure hide and seek. I want to become a treasure hunter with her someday. Treasure hunting game key. Okay, well, we found 3 boxes so far. Hacking tips. Oh. 13. Oh, yeah, having, like, crazy amounts of inventory capacity would be really nice. Found this place too, huh? You're getting hotter. You gotta use that noggin of yours. Let the thrill of the hunt keep your spirits high. You're real good at this. Not any bozo could find this one. Too bad this isn't the treasure, but points for trying. You were so close. Kaboom! You've got blown to smithereens by my doo-doo bomb and died. Anyone with half a brain would know this would be a trap. You know, when I was... Yeah. Maybe it's in here. I was thinking that's probably not it. Faded bride doll. An old doll in the shape of a bride made from clay. It seems to have been forgotten for a long time. Okay, we got the treasure. A doll. Ah yeah, you got stabbed by my doo-doo spear and died. Anyone looking around here for treasure is no more than fodder for my traps. Doo-doo spear. Alright. So what, we have to find the statues then, I guess? Is there anything else there, chat, or am I good? I feel like I'm good. Okay, that's the house. According to other local legends, the soldiers who fled here vowed to exact revenge upon the Minamoto clan and restore the Taira clan to its former glory. On swearing this oath, they buried the sword of their deceased leader at the base of the great tree that serves to protect this land. Be a historical breakthrough if we could find that sword. Said that the sword's animosity continued to grow even as it remained buried under the earth, so the people erected the sacred barrier, Jizo statues. Better go and see whether there's an Ojizo-san and okay, well, we have a photo of the first one, but where is that? There's like a bicycle. Oh, I think it's right here. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I assume I have to find 5, but are they all in this town? I guess so. But what am I gonna offer? Maybe am I gonna have to offer something every time, I wonder?
この先に抜け道があったはず。
本当に羨ましいわ。まさかあの子がね。
I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be so easy to miss
どうしてあの子なのよ。ねえ。
these dolls.
噂をすれば。
I don't know. Are there just gonna be like random buildings open with the dolls? I don't know.
裏切り者。
サクコ、
どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。
車が道を塞いでてさ。
千鶴や？
今は誰かと喋りたくて。
私も後から行くね。
うん。じゃあね。
裏切り者。
One of the endings, it says you don't need to find the sword. Yeah, but we already started doing that, so. Yeah, I saw that it said hold to skip new cutscene, so. The thing is, I don't know. My memory is just so shit, man. I mean, we played this game only a few days ago, but it's like, it's hard for me to remember how every like the dialogue and every cutscene exactly. Like, it's hard to note the differences if there's different dialogue or like new stuff. Especially when it's in a foreign language. Yeah, that probably doesn't help. Yeah, hold on. I wanna make it English. Curious what it's like.
よ相棒
シュウ
Yeah, I heard you can finally rewind the Twitch player. That's pretty cool. Wait a sec. Oh yeah.
痛いこれシュウにもらっててよかった
Frickin' shoe.
相棒の言う通りだな ここどこ急いで咲子のとこに戻らないと
The dub is so bad, please no. I mean, we played through the game before on the... I'm just curious what it's like. No capsule, nope.
誰シュウ シュウリンコ
I think the game just made a save. Maybe you don't even have to go to menu to change it, but you probably do. Normally you do. Oh yeah, what about the statues? Oh my god, I kind of forgot. Is there a statue around here? Did I miss one, chat? Oh god. Chat!
Mabugoa Bridge has collapsed. I repeat, Mabugoa Bridge has been attacked by an object of unknown origin and has collapsed. The eastern route of Ava Sugawaka is no longer available. I repeat.
You do need the radios for UFO. Can I do the UFO ending on the same run? Is this the first radio? Oh man, I don't know if I should look up a guide or like, can you guys help me? Because I really don't want to... I do want to get these endings. Not even... is this just loot? There's so many red pills. I guess we're on story difficulties, so we don't really need to loot much of anything. Need to find a key. I already found the first statue. Wait, what? Oh gosh. Found while you're on the way to Rinko's house? On the way to Rinko's house.
This isn't good. I really hope Shu and Rinko are alright.
I don't think I can get rid of the pills from the hotkey. At least not yet. Oh. Never mind. Home. Oh, you can get even more Omamori now. So wait, I still have 3 slots, right? Oh, one of them's not equipped. Oh, right, because it was the mirror. It is nice that you keep your upgrades in NG Plus and stuff. Diary of Revenge. According to the Nihon Shoki, one of Japan's most ancient history books, Yamata no Orochi, a colossal 8-headed dragon, demanded the sacrifice of beautiful young girls for it to devour. Upon hearing this, the wild deity Suzanu no Makoto brought 8 barrels of sake to the dragon and lured it into drinking them. Once Yamata no Orochi had become intoxicated, he slew the dragon by chopping off all 8 heads. And according to Ebusugoka's oldest historical records, after being decapitated, one of Yamata no Orochi's heads flew far west and fell between the mountains of Higa no Kuni. The head eventually came back to life as a poisonous water dragon that plagued the land for many years to come. Higa no Kuni is now known as Ebusugoka. There are records of toxic gas leaks from the underground water streams in the past. It is highly possible that this is where the legend of a poisonous water dragon stemmed from. However, while the local records state that Yamata no Orochi's head flew here, there is no mention of this in the Nihon Shoki. It's not hard to surmise that some shameless individuals put a religious spin on the noxious leaks to turn a profit and falsified connections using famous literature to solidify their claim.
It opened.
It opened. Ooh, yeah, baby. Kitchen knife.
Rinko!
3 hits and they're dead. You know, it's weird. That's like... I'm pretty sure I'm on story difficulty, but... I don't know, it feels like... It's like I'm doing the same damage. Maybe they have the same amount of health, but they just do more damage on harder difficulty. Because I was 3-shotting them on hard difficulty before.
Oh, damn you!
Shu, where are you?
I don't know, maybe we'll try the harder difficulty on like one of the runs potentially, but you really don't need to attack these guys though. Amune.
It's empty.
Oh wait, is there? This is not a new cutscene. Beat the monsters. Okay, I guess we have to fight. They got 2 shots. How much damage will this do? Oh, new cutscene. I do really like that they show you if it's a new cut, or they like tell you if it's a new cutscene or not. Some bosses take like 20 minutes to kill. I'm lost in the fog. Yeah, that sounds pretty annoying. I don't know, it's just, I don't really feel like the combat is that satisfying. Like, it's okay, it's just... I honestly just want to know what's going on in the story. And I just want to see the endings more than anything. Is it new? Well, I don't know, it says hold to skip new cutscenes, so I don't know what to tell you, man. Wait, so is the rewind feature, you have to sub to rewind, or is it a turbo thing?
What's this?
Pay to rewind feature. I mean, people have never been able to rewind in the first place, so... I mean, it would be nice if they just gave it to everybody. I mean, if they made it so you could rewind, if like they should just make it so anybody can rewind. But if they're gonna lock it behind like a paid feature, it would be a nice benefit for like subscribing to the channel, I guess. If you go to your channel and click on the current VOD, you can rewind. Well, yeah, but it's like that's. The point is to be able to do it like in the player. Yeah, you can also just go on YouTube. Who knows what they'll do? I don't know, chat. Thy restless hearts betray thee as unfit for this auspicious day. Thou must first pay respect to the gods and the spirits of thine ancestors. A restless heart leads to a corrupt soul. Only through sufficient offerings laid upon many stands may thy soul be cleansed. This puzzle is so easy. It's just like matching the symbols.
What's that?
Ella was stuck here for 20 minutes. Well, I mean, he was playing on the hardest difficulty for the puzzle. I got stuck here for a little bit too. Not for too long, but I mean, we're on easy puzzle difficulty right now. Since we're just doing New Game Plus. I imagine there's going to be like New Game Plus exclusive weapons, so maybe once we get those, we could try to do like the hardest difficulty. Is that you're probably like meant to have those weapons for the hardest difficulty. You could do New Game Plus with Lost in the Fog. There are new puzzles. Well, then we could do it a different. I mean, we could do it a different playthrough. We're gonna have to do at least. I mean, how many full runs do you have to do? Oh, also there is. Well. Yeah, we got the cat charm here last time. Don't know where it is though. I don't see it.
Wait, what's this shrine?
Did I get all the fruits and baby steps? No, I think there's definitely some that I missed. Did I knock over all the cans? No. There's a lot of stuff you can miss.
It's locked.
Trying to get me to take these frickin' pills, dude. They're putting them all over the place.
seen something like this before.
Should have checked the symbols ahead of time.
What's this doing here?
Ew. Train a serpent, a tortoise. And this thing doesn't do damage at all. Jeez, man. This guy's actually tanky.
That's not it. That wasn't right.
I'm actually confused by the puzzle on this difficulty. Because the previous puzzle was just... Maybe that's just the symbols, is that... But there's no... no... Yeah, I'm doing... Maybe I should have just done the hard... Okay, before when we did this puzzle before, it was the It was the 3 pictures, and on the back of them it was the symbols, and that's what we used to open. Hey, Pepperidge Patch, thank you for the 12 months. Yeah, the yokai. But this is a crane, a serpent, and a tortoise, so I'm confused now. Well, yeah, but the one where I was counting the limbs was not... That was something different, wasn't it? Because that was like a... It was like a keypad, or like a lock. The limbs are not going to help me open that door. I can't remember, man. Am I missing? Am I missing part of the puzzle? I don't see any fucking tortoise or crane or serpent. Oh, well, this is the serpent, I guess. I was looking for the tortoise and I could not find, I don't know, I feel like I checked every single one, but I guess I'm just blind. Wait, isn't there the... Oops.
Seems right. Better look for more.
I think I am just blind. Oh, right. There's a different location. Okay, I see where I'm going full Papega. Tales of mortals being wed to gods and spirits can be found throughout every culture across human history. Certainly from the perspective of humans, to tie oneself to a divine being is an undeniable honor. However, if one were to consider the opposite perspective, the divine being is binding themselves to a vulgar life form. What could possibly motivate them to make such a degrading choice? Countless seasons have passed since I first came to the sacred land of beauty and wonder, yet even now, if I consider whether I myself am worthy of such an honor, I cannot answer in the affirmative with any confidence. So I must ask myself, what benefit is there to such beings mixing their divine blood with that of lowly mortals? To be clear, I am overjoyed to be of some use to them. However, I cannot help but wonder. Shrew mole. Dodging does not consume stamina while in a near-death state. Interesting. I don't remember where to go. Over this way? This section is kind of a pain in the ass. Use the map? Yeah, but... Okay. I'm gonna try not to get angry, but I can't... Still can't see where I need to... where I need to go, exactly. Oh, is there a path from... Oh, there's a path from the... wait. Is there? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do have a lantern. And I forgot, because... The game... You get the lantern, and then they get rid of it later. Oh, there we go.
One left.
We're doing it! What is Manbreaker? It's a parkour section and baby steps. Where's the tortoise?
All right. Time to try that lock.
Funny outfit is helping. True. Alright, it's okay. We're learning the pathing. That's what matters. Baby steps sucks ass. You suck ass, man. Baby steps is a banger. There's actually a multiplayer mod for baby steps that somebody made. I don't know if it's public or not.
So you accept?
I wonder if you could climb each other in multiplayer. Oh, new cutscene.
The door from earlier was for welcoming visitors. However, this door denies all but the select few who may tread sacred ground.
Am I allowed inside?
Why, of course. Today you are most welcome. We must continue on ahead. Shall we rest first?
I'm okay. I think.
Tell me if you need a break. Now then, Onward.
Hinako.
Hmm.
Are you okay? Talk to me.
Well, I remember. So wait, what happened? What happened the last time in that cutscene? Because I remember we got. You get knocked out by like the spirit either way, or whatever it is.
You never have been one to go down without a fight.
There's no doll. Oh, okay.
You're alive.
So,
I remember the doll showing up and being like, "Don't trust the fox," but I think that's later. Oh, we could skip this.
All right. I need to focus.
Okay. And now there's a radio and a Jizo statue somewhere along the way here. Or saying. It's a poster. Where even is Rinko's house? You need 3 posters. The first one is here though, right? I don't know if we should... I don't remember where, I don't know where I'm going, dude. I wish I, like, knew the map better, but... How's the baseball bat? What ending are you trying to do? Well, I'm hoping to get the UFO ending and I don't know, one of the other endings, I guess. I think it's only possible to do, well, you can probably do 3 endings in one run and then you could do the true ending on the next one, right? Is that like the efficient way to do it? Yeah, so I mean, that's what I would like to do. Two endings with the sword. Well, you just need to make a save file before you get the sword, right? Because one of the endings is research journal photo 2. Okay. In the Muromachi period, the Great Famine of Oi had young individuals desperate for quick money, and so they searched for the legendary sword. One story even claims that the sword was discovered. However, the youth who found it became consumed by the Tyre clan's resentment and massacred the others one after another. After that, the sword became known as the Sacred Sword and is thought to contain the lingering animosity of the defeated Tyra soldiers. Was the sword hidden after that? There is not enough information. I must search for the Jizo statues myself. I was able to get in contact with the resident who knows the location of an old Jizo statue. This may be my first clue that will lead me to the sword. You need to do something with the sword before you go? Okay, well, I mean, that's fine. I mean, if we have a save file, it shouldn't be an issue, right?
Shu, where are you?
I think it's here. Oh, wait, maybe not. Oh, there's a box here, though. Diary of Revenge. Jumping to the end of the Heian period, the infamous Genpei War wreaked havoc across the country and defeated warriors from the Taira clan fled to all corners of Japan for sanctuary. Ancient folklore claims that Ebusukoka is one such hidden sanctuary. Few ventured close to this land, for the poisonous gas that rose from the ground was a well-known phenomenon. It made it the perfect hiding place for those shamed warriors. Though this did not come without its own inherent problems, as there are numerous records regarding Ebusukoka's residents suffering from the water dragon's poison. It's only natural then that they would turn to idolization as a device to quell the dragon's anger. However, despite the popularity of the faith at the time, not a hint of its legacy remains today. This goes to show that even the gods are not exempt from the fickleness of man. Yeah, we can open these boxes now. I don't think you can, you're not able to pick up like repeat notes. Like I think the notes that you've looted stay. So like if you find a note, it's going to be something new, right? Or am I? At least that's what I assumed. Where is this, though? No, you can pick up the pills. You just can't eat them. To go all the way around. I don't know if it's up ahead here or not. If I miss something, guys, feel free to tell me, because I would like to know. Wait. Maybe it's up here. Oh, I think it's here. Can I get there from here?
Shrine is up ahead. I used to go there a lot.
I don't think so. I think that was it, though. Rusted flask. I wonder what that's for.
Hey, partner! That's not the way to Rinko's house.
Oh, sorry.
Partner?
Zoned out for a bit.
This is Sakoko's family shrine, right?
Yeah.
Don't think too much about it. Let's hurry up and find Rinko.
Right. Let's go.
Oh. Pretty sure it's, yeah, it's over there. I guess I get to it from here. Oh, I see. Cool. All right. 2 of 5 done. And then... So there's something there's a poster I have to find? Is that up ahead? Somewhere, I guess? Don't you have to find audio logs? We found one audio log so far, so I think we're on track for the UFO ending. Copium? No, it's like an alien invader poster or something like that. Maybe I should just look this up. Okay. Oh, wait, is this where... Maybe this is where the poster is. I don't know if I ever went past this wood before. Oh, it is. The Great Space Invasion 1. Now in brilliant color, the Great Space Invasion experienced terror like never before with the invasion of the body-snatching aliens. Radio is at the house you passed, going to the statue. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Didn't I already listen to the radio? Wait, is there multiple radios? Oh, okay. The Legend of Ebisugaoko's monster Ayakakashi. Long ago, there was a sighting of a scarecrow monster known as the Ayakakashi here in Ebisugaoka. It appeared one sweltering summer day deep within the crop fields, dancing a most peculiar of dances, like a ripple of hot air. People warned not to let one's gaze settle for too long upon its bizarre figure or try and get close to Ayakakashi, for it will chase any who do to the ends of the earth before taking their life. Wait, so how many radio broadcasts are there? Three? Okay, wait, so I missed it? One is all you need? Well, yeah, because that's what this guide says. It says you just need one radio broadcast. We found one of the posters. Did I eat a pill? No, I ate a rare.
I'm going to be in trouble if I don't find a...
Well, I mean, I'm down to listen to the other radio. Wait, where is it though? Because the guide doesn't even say. I feel like I probably found it on my first playthrough though, unless. Hmm. The shrine to the east? So like further ahead? You don't mean west, right?
Happen soon.
Oh my god. Oh my god, navigating this place is so fucking annoying. I wish that I could just like open up. I wish that you could keep moving when you have the map opened up. Oh my god. Fucking enemies are obnoxious. Holy shit, dude.
Doctor!
Doctor? Wait, oh yeah, I was in here before. Up until now, that being possessed by the fox was a sort of curse, it turns out among the followers of the Inari faith to be more nuanced than that. Heard one tale of a housewife who was possessed by the fox after sharing some scraps of food with a real starving fox. As a sign of gratitude, the fox showed her the whereabouts of hidden treasure. Another tale claims that a pious shaman was possessed by the fox and given premonitions of a coming famine. They were able to warn the town and stockpile enough food to endure it. There are numerous stories like this suggesting that beings possessed by the fox is not necessarily a turn of bad luck. Though with the influence of today's media from outside the town regarding ghost and horror stories, fox has become seen as a purely negative phenomenon, particularly among the younger generation. Yeah, we did this puzzle before. Can't remember if there's anything else. There are numerous tales of those who blaspheme against the Inari faith being possessed by the fox. These tales have no quantitative scientific basis, of course. However, I want to try my best to avoid outright refuting tradition and local beliefs. The effectiveness of any medicine provided to a patient who believes themselves sick due to the fox's possession is drastically low. As a man of science, I surprise even myself here when I say that, for the best results, patients should be told to offer their sincere prayers. Okay. Drawer is upstairs, I think. Right?
This should be an offering.
Fox attacked the patient, leaving several lacerations on his face. The wound below his left eye is particularly deep and shows a considerable risk of scarring. During treatment, he suddenly fell unconscious and was measured with a fever of over 40 degrees. Emergency transfer of the patient to the prefectural hospital was requested. On arrival, however, the doctors there were unable to detect any abnormalities, even after multiple rounds of testing. He was cleared to go home. When questioned, the patient responded that he felt completely fine. According to the patient's mother, Kotoyuki is like a whole other boy and has been applying himself to his schoolwork harder than ever before.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Congratulations! All right.
Disgusting.
Hinako! Don't go anywhere near that weird stuff. It might be poisonous. Go around to the garden on the right. This way.
Got it.
I have too many items, man. I need to get to a shrine. You know, I guess before I finished my run, I should have just like fucking sold all my items. I think your faith carries over. Wait, where am I supposed to go right now? I don't remember.
What is that thing? Some giant monster just showed up. What? Sam, I can't get through. Head into the storehouse. I'll open the window.
Let's kitchen knife him.
Not enough. Need to keep turning it.
Wonder, can you get this in one cycle? Or do you have to kill him twice? You probably get it in one.
All right.
Am I doing the sword ending now? I'm doing both endings.
Can't you stay dead?
Hey man, I was opening that door.
You okay?
Okay. So yeah, I don't know. Is there a third statue coming up soon, chat? Do I need to be on the lookout? Before the school? Okay. Oh yeah, let me sell the stuff. Just gonna save up for the slots, I think. Hey, Gooner. Look, the doll's here. I still don't understand this puzzle. I don't know, they're all fucking different to some degree. Like, what? I don't... What is the difference here? Like, they're all fucking different. They're in different poses. They're... some of them have weapons. Oh, fucking... dude. Yeah, the Scarecrow's giving me a tip, but I don't fucking get it. On the evening of the 7th, a 5-year-old girl fell into the waterway of a rice field and subsequently drowned to death. Authorities believe she accidentally fell while... I don't even know, like, what was... No, there was multiple with a weapon, man.
Another scarecrow?
You're helpless without me. Okay. Who are you? I'll be your friend, otherwise you'd be so miserably alone. I feel like it's her. Oh, she has a heart. Oh, no, that doesn't matter. Amazing. The girl died in the waterway. I'm not even sure what I was supposed to figure out there. Cat. It's a fucking mannequin. Tell me truly, you two aren't anything more than friends, right? I've always been watching you when you weren't looking, you know? God. Whatever, just fucking activate them all. The ones facing each other, but I thought it was talking about like a third party, no? Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's one of these. You know, you're right. You're right. It's one of these two. I'm being dumb. Thought I killed you. Crazy. Dude, why does that... Oh my god. Okay.
Hinako!
Wait. What just happened?
Come on! Hurry!
She was waiting for me. I need to go.
This is the first playthrough? This is New Game Plus.
Hinako!
Is she here?
We'll find out. Rinko! It's me! Shu! If you're here, say something!
Shu! You came for me. Oh, Hinako. Glad you're safe too.
Are you hurt? Your family?
I'm not hurt, but they disappeared. Everyone's gone. Even my grandmother. And she can barely walk. I don't understand. Where did they go? What's with the monsters everywhere? What in the world is going on? Sakuga. I can't believe it.
I know. It's not safe for us to stay here. We've got to get out of town.
Out of town? What about our parents? Everyone?
We can go get help. But we need to do something and do it fast.
We're not abandoning them. But we can only help them if we keep ourselves alive.
But we're trapped here. There's no way out.
What do you mean there's no way out?
Go take a look out the window. You can see the bridge from here.
No way.
Bridge. Now what do we do?
Well, we can't use the bridge. But we can still take the highway.
Past the mountain. Behind your house.
You really think
The new cutscene's really that the doll's in the background. Well,
No, a shortcut.
maybe for now.
Wasabi fields. Rinko, we should bring some medicine and bandages with us.
There's a first aid kit in the kitchen. I'll go get it.
Hey. I'll help you look for it.
Not a bad idea, partner.
Where's the kitchen again?
Oh yeah, she knocks us down the stairs. I remember this. Oh wait, maybe she won't get kicked down now. Oh. That was there last time? Oh, was it? Okay, well this isn't a new cutscene. I don't even know what was different.
Happened. There he is. But he can't wait for me to catch up.
It's a second playthrough. Do you recommend the game to be played? I mean, I think the game's alright. It's a bit expensive though. I mean, I paid fucking $80 so I can play it early or whatever, but I mean, I don't know. I think the game's alright. It's got multiple endings, which is cool. I don't think there's anything in this section of the game, right, chat? I think the next thing we need is the statue, right? I think the statue before the school. Manbreaker later? Well, probably not today at this rate. It's already kind of late. The bottom left. Wait, but of this area? Oh, do we get the item for the shrine here? Oh, it's the fox mask. Ooh, obtained all the items that increase inventory size. This door was locked? Okay. There's a hand here. It is a core tenet of Shintoism that each land throughout all of Japan is protected by its own deities. From this, people pray to the gods so that they and their lands might be blessed. In turn, their belief strengthens the gods and gives them the ability to better protect the land in a beneficial cycle of reciprocation. Thus, the bond between humans and gods is vital to the prosperity of both. The underlying strength of this bond can indeed be explained through mortal blood, then the reason for the gods joining themselves in sacred matrimony to mortals who call their land home becomes evident. Perhaps it is through the addition of their blood that the bond between mortal and god is strengthened. And if this is true, then I should think that frequently upholding such forms of unification would be best for all involved. However, in practice, marital bonds between mortal and deity are vanishingly rare. It is a mystery why this is so, or perhaps I find the greater mystery to be why was I chosen. Drain from the sacrifice her blood, sparing not a drop, and add unto it wine that has been distilled 8 times over. Spare her body of its earthly viscera, and fill it instead with rice that has been mixed with the master's saliva, before sealing it shut with needle and thread. In the dark shall the vessel rest undisturbed until the redolent odor of wine rises from her skin. Adorn her in fine garments befitting a bride, then set her afloat on a raft of straw so her blood wine may seep into the water's surface. Do this, and into the depths she shall sink, quelling the wrath that waits below. The fuck? This way? Place is fucking confusing, man. Wait, no, this is... Okay, maybe I need to go through there? I thought this was something else. It's okay, John. Thank you for being here. It's this door? Do you have to... Oh yeah, I think you do. You like interact with that and then the doors open when you come back out, I think, right?
Wasn't that closed before?
Yeah. It'd be nice if this game had more like puzzles that you know, if you know the solution, like it becomes way faster, but I feel like a lot of the puzzles are not really designed that way. Wait, how do I get... Oh. The Naginata.
Stay back.
Dang, this thing is tanky. What the hell? Oh yeah, now we lose our lantern.
This must be special. Sorry. I'll hold on to it for a bit. Finally. It's no use. It won't open.
Hinako! Over here!
Sakako?
Please die. Alright, see you later, Kukuya. Goodbye.
Why would someone put this here? A library? In a place like this?
This way! Over here! Hinako!
Well, I'm gonna try to get the UFO ending, the sword ending, and the no sword ending all on this run. And then we have to do one more run to get, like, the true ending, I guess. I believe. The wish is to have one room. So I'm not, I don't know. We read a lot of notes. I don't know if some of these notes are ones we've read before. I feel like most of them have been new, but I don't know. The wish to have one's romantic desires fulfilled is as old as humanity itself. Consequently, there have existed many arts by which people attempt to make such dreams come true. One such method was to employ a sorcerer known as Juganshi to perform an incantation written in the Enmi Jugan Roku. After such spells were suspected of causing chaos and turmoil in the imperial court, their practice was expressly forbidden under the Yoro Code in the first year of the Tempio Hoji era. However, these incantations were later adopted into the practice of Onmyoto, where their effects continue to be studied. According to multiple sources, powerful romantic spells that have been successfully cast are often accompanied by the scent of sandalwood. Am I going backwards? What, so the fox guy cast a spell on us? God damn, this section is like... That was long.
It's this way! Hurry! Hurry!
Sakuko! Are you there?
Okay, we got the stone orb.
Let's get out of here.
Hurry, Hinako! This is incredible! Hinako! Leave me alone! You traitor!
Go, go, go!
I don't want to be by myself! It's lonely!
Oh shit, it's boss fight time.
You traitor!
Sakuko! Why?
You traitor!
What's going on?
I'm here to save you!
Sakuko! Please! Please stop this!
Please don't leave me! I'll forgive you! Come back!
I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get that off.
What are you doing? The more you refuse to get in, the more you'll suffer.
No idea what you're talking about!
I know. I know you want nothing more than to not be here.
My god, this fight. Dude, even on like, this is on the... Hey, defeated it without getting hit by the bell attack. Let's go.
Are you injured?
It's a new cutscene.
Fear not. This is nothing to fret over. Keep my command alive. Yield to me. Be gone!
How foolish of an evil spirit to enter this place.
What is that?
An impurity that haunts you no more. Rest assured, you are safe now. To live in this world is to walk amidst impurities, but we can ward them off. Come. Sacred ground lies before us. Before we enter, we must be cleansed. We shall do so here. You as well.
Okay.
Calm yourself. It is but water.
Oh, it says this is a new cutscene. I wonder what's different though. I feel like it's the same. You saw the lava before drinking? She always saw it before drinking though. And this was the same too. I don't know. 'Cause the doll was there last time. This is different. We definitely did not have a premonition of cutting our arm off.
Hinako! Hey! Wake up!
You klutz. You fell down the stairs.
Your arm. What happened?
Oh, must have cut my sleeve somewhere.
You don't look bruised or anything. Does it hurt at all?
No, I'm fine.
That's good to hear.
What's wrong?
Let's go. There's no time to waste.
All right. Come on.
Well, you're going to protect me, right? I'm not tough like Hinako, you know?
Yeah, don't worry. Stay close to me.
Yeah, I played in
Let's head to my
Japanese the
place.
first playthrough. I just
Back
switched
road,
it to the
then
dub.
mountain, then highway.
Since we're doing another
I'll take the
playthrough
front.
anyways.
Partner, take the back.
Got it.
I'll stay behind you, Shu. It's safest in the middle.
Yeah, the dub is... It's okay. No, there's been like a lot of new notes. There's like new notes and stuff. And new lore and New Game Plus. I can do the UFO ending. I have to go here. I go here and then I need to go here. Looked up the criteria for the other endings. No. I mean, I checked in the game menu what the other criteria is.
Hinako! Over here! You okay, partner?
I need a statue here. Well, I have to offer something to it, right? I don't think I have the item yet. There was that statue there.
Partner, is it just me?
Okay, but Boulder. Gotcha. First aid kit here. Yeah, we haven't taken any red pills. This is a dead end. Okay. Oh, I can go this way. Yeah, Shu and Rinko are always just fucking charging off on their own. Great Space Invasion 2! Inconceivable. Is there a secret invasion of body-snatching aliens? They may already be among your loved ones. So we have to go back. We have to go back now, right? Oh, here we go. The Great Space Invasion 3. The mothership has dispatched countless miniature UFOs. These tiny round discs attach themselves to innocent folks' heads and brainwash them to take over their body. Have you noticed any strange objects in the back of your loved ones' heads? Although this work features UFOs and humans who are being controlled by aliens, the aliens themselves never make an appearance on screen. Instead, this film illuminates the corrosive power of suspicion. Sometimes trying to distinguish one's fellow man as a friend or foe can be the real horror. In one particularly chilling scene, local residents of the town where the UFO was sighted are mistakenly targeted as body-snatching aliens. Accusing humans scream and jeer as they send their own kind to a detention center. What's worse, anyone who dares speak against the group is seen as one of them and is locked up as well. One can only ask oneself, is coerced solidarity among humans really solidarity at all? At the end of the movie, the number of people killed during the alien invasion is shown. Interestingly, far more humans were killed by their fellow man than attacks from UFOs. Perhaps the aliens left Earth at the end not because they lost, but because they believed that humankind was not worth taking over. Great Space Invasion is a movie that provides somewhat interesting social commentary to its audience, but anyone looking forward to a fun action romp will be sorely disappointed. Rating 6.5 out of 10.
Why isn't there anyone in town?
Because of them. There's no doubt about it.
Them?
Yeah, the aliens. They've been eyeing Earth for a long time, waiting for the chance to snatch up humans and replace them with aliens. Rinko, Hinako, me, any one of us could be an alien merely pretending to be the real person.
I'm not an alien! Is there any way to prove our identities? There is.
What? Didn't you die? That thing killed you!
This is Roboco, an anti-extraterrestrial search and destroy robot I designed and built. This robot can detect aliens masquerading as humans and automatically eliminate them. The battery's dead.
Wait, so the Sakuko that thing killed was actually an alien?
That thing was chasing me all over the place. I guess you had a hint of alien on you, Hinako. You might be an alien, or maybe someone close to you is an alien. These things copy everything down to your memories, but they're not perfect. Hinako, try saying something only the real you would know. Oh, Rinko once took some of Shu's hair and hid it inside her pillow.
Ah! Let a girl try out a love spell and dream.
Your turn, Rinko.
One time, Hinako forgot her underwear in the locker room at camp and didn't claim it.
Rinko! You're gonna burn in hell for that!
Can't blame you for not claiming it. Gotta be embarrassing saying it's yours when the teacher asks whose it is.
Privacy wasn't really a thing back in the day. Well, one time, Rinko skipped gym class and took Shu's clothes and...
Well, the day after she fought with Shu, Hinako took his recorder and...
I think I'm more scared of girls than aliens at this point.
Okay, you're good. You guys passed the test. Next up, it's us, I guess. So one time, Shu ripped a page out of an adult magazine and hid it behind his bookshelf. And he also cut out a photo of a classmate's head and taped it to a swimsuit model poster.
Okay. We got it. Now it's my turn. Oh! Sakuko first started wearing a bra in the 6th grade, while Hinako and Rinko started after summer break in 5th grade. How's that?
Well, we didn't find an alien.
But we did find an enemy to all women.
Hinako, we're heading home.
What about the aliens? Everything all right?
Oh, the neighborhood watch got together and took care of them.
Bye-bye! See you tomorrow!
For dinner tonight, I'll make your favorite Hamburg steak.
Mother, I told you that's Junko's favorite.
Oh shit! It's the dog from Silent Hill 2. Dude, I can't believe they got rid of the fucking barking soundtrack. Or, well, they didn't get rid of the barking, but they got rid of the... They changed the dog cutscene just doesn't hit the same in Silent Hill 2 Remake. How'd you get another ending that fast? Well, this ending is just like halfway through the game. I saved before this? No, I haven't saved the entire time. Of course I made a save, yeah. Are these the normal credits now? Is that everything? All right, cool. Okay, so that's a clear game file. All right, so we want to reload this one then. Yeah. All right, chat. I think I'm gonna call it a night here. I know it hasn't been that long of a stream, but we started kind of late today, and I'm pretty tired. I want to get some food. We will we'll work on getting the other endings tomorrow, and then I don't know, maybe we'll check out Hades 2 after we get the other endings. I think that's the plan. Maybe well, I do want to try the Manbreaker and Baby Steps as well. Yeah, we'll see. But anyways, plan for tomorrow, get all the other endings in Silent Hill F. Thank you all for watching, everybody. Appreciate it, guys. I think this game's decent. I'm not like, you know, I'm enjoying it enough to go for the other endings. I want to see what's good. I want to see what the other endings are like. Honestly, I don't know, the new game ending is really inconclusive. Yeah, I feel like you have to do New Game Plus in this game if you actually want to understand what's going on. Alright, I'm gonna give a raid to my buddy Mr. Monopoly. He's doing some Halo 2 legendary speedruns. Been trying to get the record. He's 15 seconds? Or no. Or yes, 15 seconds off the record. So go give some support to Mr. Monopoly. Sorry, I'm like, I had to get up really early this morning. So I'm really tired. I think this is a good stopping point though, since we just got the UFO ending. Baby steps tomorrow. And it's almost like I just said what I was doing tomorrow. I will be going for the rest of the endings in this game tomorrow. Maybe baby steps after. Yeah, good night, everybody.